connect. There we go. I'm sure. What was going on there? I'm sure I tried to do that. So right, yeah. So thing needs an albot. I do need an albot. I guess you could add an issue to the annotation system. Yes, that would have worked. That would have been great. I suppose, strictly speaking, I should have had my browser like that, so I could actually have seen all this pinging happening. Yeah, because I could hear it obviously, and you would have heard it ping as well if the mic was working. So yeah, since it wasn't working, I better say good evening, heroes and heroines, hadn't I? But anyway, yeah, I've made milestones for this stuff, and I have actually handled some of the stuff that's for the network edition, just by complete chance. That's the quotes, the library. Sorry, the completed issue is producer projects, right? Yeah, so that's just to do with the repo. That was just deciding how to how to bring new projects in. So the choices were between like separate repos for each project or a single repo, and a single repo one. So that was that. Members and projects. I decided to put this into the network edition because it depends on infrastructure in the form of the network store of members and project information, which I'm not going to have, right? So, although I have kind of handled some of this stuff, like I'm colouring the members and projects, I don't need it for the single edition. Yeah, in fact I could just pop this into the chat actually so you guys can see it. Is that right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. And also the stretch thing, that's just stuff that's not really, it doesn't really hold me back from doing the release, basically. Yeah, so let's go to, I mean, it's a bit of a pick and mix really, because, you know, as I was saying, like, I'm already doing the members and project, this is ongoing. I'm already doing this for the network edition, but the stuff I'm doing today just happens to be from the single edition one, and that stuff is references, isn't it? Yeah, it's references. So yeah, references and quotes actually is what I want to be doing, because I'm just getting this guy to become this. So yeah, there's a project. Yeah, so it's references, and it's also, well, let's go to the issues. References and quotes. Yeah, so if I get these guys done, that would be cool. And basically what I'm talking about getting done is just the getting the menus done. So I mean, I might as well absolutely sign in. I don't know. This connection is not secure. Dude, you joking? Seriously? Is this secure? Are you happy with this? Pass C. It's a version control system, it's handmade network. I need my login, whatever that is. Okay, so now that I'm logged in, I should be able to assign myself to these things. Yeah. So yeah, let's go for the quotes. assign myself to this, and assign myself to the references. Close that. Right, yeah, I think we're ready to go. So let's get the stuff. Vim HTML to HTML. Do we need anything else? Maybe let's get reference out, open as well. I think that should cover it. So, actually, yeah, I was also thinking earlier today, like, I was kind of thinking, do I need to bother doing this? Oh, actually, I do, don't I? Oh no, I don't. Yeah, right, I don't necessarily need to bother with it. The question was, do I need to handle the categories here? And I'm not sure that I don't think I do, actually. So, like, this entire if could just be got rid of. I'd just like to test that. Oh. What? Oh, right, yeah, these are just warnings. Yeah. So yeah, if I just do this on test.html, it should look exactly the same. Ah, it doesn't. Right, that's interesting. So yeah, right. If it's, well, hang on. Tell you what. Rather than saying else if that, let's just well, it's interesting. Okay. Yeah, maybe I do need to do it there then. Because I was kind of thinking that all the categories kind of get bundled together at the end. I mean, there's going to be like markers left over. Oh, actually. Oh no, it's going to be like, so yeah, each marker index is going to be going through the annotation. And then we're saying that the ones that offset is -1, those guys are just going to be popped on. Those are the higher ones. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I think that's cleared up that question. So basically all we're talking about doing is the ref index. It's this case here. So let's go to our reference, see what we're actually building. So when we hit a reference, we first of all want to say that we've got the reference menu, don't we? Have I got a boolean for this? I wonder. I don't seem to do. Quote menu, reference menu. What was the other thing? I had a boolean for something. Oh right, has category equals false. So yeah, we want to say if it's well formed. So has quotes and has reference is at the video level. It's not at the annotation level. So we could up here say bool has quote equals false. Yeah, because this isn't a loop. It's never going to actually set this back to true. Set this back to false rather. For this file. Yeah, so bool has quote equal to false and bool has reference is equal to false. And then what we want to do is we want to say if we see a ref index, we want to say, if we don't has reference, we want to initialize our thing, else, well, hang on a minute, it's not going to be an else, is it, because we want to do something anyway. Let's just have a look at the has category. Has category. Oh, right. Build categories takes that. That's interesting, actually. Yeah. Well, yes. The reason I pulled this function out was because it has to happen in 2 places. But this has the references only happens at 1 place. So, and the way that, let's just have a look at build category a sec. Yeah, it's just if it has category equals false. Copy string to buffer. Ah, I see. Yeah, so this needed to create that. That's interesting, actually. I wonder if rather than making this an else, just say that, will that work? Yes, this could work, couldn't it? Just say that this doesn't do this part of it. You know, so if there's no category, it just opens up the categories thing. Let's just see what that looks like. And also, copy string to buffer. Why am I doing 2 copy string to buffer calls? Oh, they're different buffers. Yeah, right. So, let me just check that I haven't used that at all. Yeah, I haven't done anything with that. I just built that. This should look the same. Yeah, it does. What was that for? That was for categories. Yeah, so I'm going to do the same kind of procedure here. So if it's no has categories, then we need to put some stuff into the ref container. So that's just going to be div class ref, isn't it? Down to there. Want to do that. And then this stuff is for each annotation, for each reference. Oh, that's interesting. Right. So I think I've just kind of lost something in Vim that I... Oh, maybe not. How did I do that? I highlight that. Yeah, and then this was like underlined. Now I sometimes have this happening. It just goes to like this underlining situation. Like when I kind of do a line selection, instead of getting like the block thing coming up like this, I have it looking like this. And when it looks like this, I can't really use it. Like I can't, I don't think I can yank this. Yeah. So the only way I can get back from that I know of, is to just kill Vim and restart it. Don't know if you guys have hit anything like that. Yeah, what was that again? It was rest container. Let's see if I can just yank that from somewhere. Here we go. So yeah, we're just talking about sprint in this, aren't we? Into the refs buffer. And we're going to, well, it's not sprintf actually, it's copy string. It's a buffer. And it's going to be copying it to the reference menu, I guess. So yeah, okay. Guess that's correct. So you want to first of all do this. Otherwise, we always want to do the next part of the equation, which is the span, isn't it? So let's just see if I can yank that as well. So span, alright, span data ID, span class ref content. Let's see if I can find ref content. So, yeah. And this is taking, what is this taking? It's taking all of this stuff. Oh, it's all of this stuff down to here, is it? Hang on. Fill the div class ref indices with that. So this is taking the whole lot in one, is it? Oh, hang on a second, actually. Well, yeah, I probably do want this sort of stuff. Oh, we need to do like a local reference count as well, I think. Let's just yank all of this for now. If we don't have reference, then we do that. Copy string to buffer. And we want to copy all of this to the reference menu again, isn't it? Yeah. And I'm going to hazard a guess that we don't actually have some of this stuff. Current ref URL. Yeah, we don't have a current ref, I don't think. Annotation index. Ah, that's the data ID. Right, okay. So, yeah, right. What I was thinking of using for this was the episode. And also, just something I've just remembered. I think insofar might have said this a little while ago. It's basically making a pointer to HTML annotations plus annotation index. I think that's correct. I think that's what I want as well. You know, just to save me, because I keep typing out this entire thing all this time, all the time. Let's see if I can do this. Am I alright for now? Got ref undeclared, right. Yeah, reference count. Is there a reference count? Oh, there won't be one reference count here, was there? Got ref URL. Yeah, right. So let's go, because the reference count is going to be per thing as well, per video. Or reference identifier. Ref identifier. That's going to be equal to 1. And let's make the car quote identifier equal to an A. Identifier. Right, because we're talking about these guys here. Oh, that's a point actually. Yeah. If there's more than 26 quotes in an episode, what should happen then? I mean, maybe go to the uppercase letters. Or something. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out actually. You know, because otherwise I'd end up going to like... Never seen that. Really GFIM. Ah, okay. Gingerbills for... Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, I could use Gingerbills. Yeah, because I end up going to this. Gosh, that would be kind of cool actually, to use the Greek alphabet. Wait, that would mean I'd have to be able to handle UTF-8. Dude. Wouldn't it? I'm pretty sure I'm not prepared to do that, just at this moment. Oh, mind you, car sets. Yeah, it must mean that, mustn't it? Because this isn't in the ASCII table. Yeah, so, right. So what I was saying was, data ID, this would be the, oh yeah, I was going to do the thing, wasn't I? That for now. Undeclared, current ref. Oh. Right. Current ref, oh I see. God damn it. Let's have a look at this actually. So what I'm talking about here is this part of the equation. Yeah, right. So this stuff here. Oh, also, I actually can't build this yet. At least I can't. I can't do this, the ref indices bit, because this might contain more than one thing. Is that true? Yeah, I think I'd have to defer this stuff until the end. Well, yeah, I think I would have to defer this until the end. So basically, the only thing I could do here is to start to populate the actual list. There's going to be an actual. Mind you, you're talking about an array of fixed size, a linked list, or a stretchy buffer or something, I think. Get some refs, yeah. Tell you what, let us just put some fake stuff in there for now, just to get us going. Ref index A. The reason I was thinking of using the editor for the data ID was so that I could tie it up with the other guys. Right. And also the refs, this is actually the quotes. I should be talking about... Oh, that's a point. Div class refs, div class refs. Oh god, they're both div class refs. Yeah, this is interesting. I'm doing the quotes. Yeah. Sorry, I'm doing the refs. Right. Wow, that's a good job of spot that. Or is it? Well, no. So I'm doing the references one. And probably I'm copying the right stuff in as well. So I'm actually talking about this. So, yeah, I've done that. So, yeah, I've outputted that bit. So we're talking about generating this for each person. Yeah, the data ID. Right, the data ID 0. Yeah. Let's just go down a bit and just see where we actually see a reference. Should be a superscript something. Yeah, superscript 1. So this has data ref 0 and 1. Yeah, right. So what I'm thinking is that this thing will have data ref and then the editor, because the editor is like the fake thing that I'm using for now in place of a reference ID. Right, so let's, this is our thing, data ID. This is going to be the string. Copy string to buffer. Yeah, this is going to be a string. And this is going to be... Yeah, right, it's going to be HTML. Let's just get this to build first of all, and then I'll go back and optimize this stuff. Not optimize, but just make it look nicer. Just references. Ah, right. Reference count, yeah. Wait, what is current ref? Sorry, that's the annotation index. Current ref. Let me just see what the current ref is. Isn't being, oh, it's here, HTML reference. So that is equal to Ah, I see. Reference counts, yeah. Oh, this is kind of what I was thinking of doing anyway. So let's do that. So if it has reference, we say current ref is equal to this. We also want to say it's not plus I, it's plus reference count, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. We're going to go through. Reference count is going to start at, or ref index rather. Yeah, I think this is the right thing to do. Ref index is equal to 0. And quote index is equal to 0. So when we get down here, we say plus ref index. Current ref is equal to that plus ref index. So yeah. So what I was saying was this should be current ref editor. And then let's just say the next thing's going to be the URL, and then the next thing's going to be the source and the title. Yeah. So these things here are things that we want to pull out of a reference store, but we can't do that for now. So let's just change this to be http://example.com. Right. Let's change this guy to be source. Right. Editing time is correct. Reference index is going to be ref index. Well, actually, Smith class ref index. Oh yeah, it is. Hang on. Ref index plus 1. Oh wait, no, sorry. This is the ref identifier. Right. And then the time. Yeah, right. So we need to increment the ref index and the ref identifier. Now, why have I got those two things. Because the ref index, I mean, I guess I will need them for the quotes anyway, so maybe that's fine. Oh. Int ref index. Oh, I see. Right. Is that right? Yeah, I guess that is right. Yeah. So it's an unused variable, current reference. Current ref. Undeclared. HTML ref. Unused variable. Current ref. I'm using current ref down here. Right. Undeclared first used in this function. Am I just in the wrong scope or something? Somehow. Yeah. That's interesting. If it has oh, if it doesn't have reference, I see. So yeah, either way we want to be saying that, don't we? And that's fine, I think. So yeah, basically what we've done there is we've opened up this menu and we've written out one of these things. So now after this whole situation, we can let the markers be done. If has category. Yeah, so if has category, that closes that. Then we say if has ref, we want to do this. Copy that into, oh, it's not copied into the text, is it? Yeah, we're literally just closing the references menu. And to close the references menu, it just requires two closing divs, I think. I guess. Yeah, that looks right to me. So it needs two closing divs. So you don't really have to handle UTF-8. You just have to emit something. Okay. Oh, that's interesting, yeah. That should just work with UTF-8 characters too, as long as you remember the characters in bytes, not characters. Can UTF-8 contain a 0 byte as part of a code point? Continuation bytes. Gosh. That's kind of interesting actually. Let's just take a slight detour, because I mean, this stuff here is literally just so we can identify these and identify them as distinct from the references. So it could be actually kind of cool and kind of really geeky to use Greek letters. So yeah, I suppose actually I need to check out the UCAR map. So we're saying stuff like pi, etc. Small letter alpha, yeah. So U3B1, sorry, 03B1. Yeah. HTML entity, yeah. So 3B1, yeah. Gosh, that's interesting. So technically we could actually do this, couldn't we? So and you can do them in decimal as well. So yeah, right, so I'm looking at alpha. So yeah, alpha's just that. So we could just say, we could do it in decimal as well. Well, or hex, it doesn't really matter, does it? But if we just say that 945 is the number for the quotes start at, and then just stuff that, and then that. I actually really like this idea. I think I'm going to do this. It sort of begs the question, like, well, yeah, I mean, just do it in decimal, right? I'd say. Yeah, let's do this. That is for specifying decimals. Aha. For hex I need this. This is for... right. Ah, right, gotcha, yeah. Yeah, because I was looking at the... what was I looking at? Yeah. Not even sure what I was looking at now, honestly. But let's try this, I think. What was the number again? We're saying, is it alpha this? It is. So we're saying, yeah, 945. So it's not the quote index, it's the yeah, and I think, yeah, I mean, I think they are as well. As far as I can tell, anyway. I mean, I don't know my Greek alphabet in the slightest, but Alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon. Yeah, zeta. I presume that's the right place. Iota. Lambda. Yeah, mu, nu. Yeah, I remember Ginger Bill having mu and nu like that. Rho, sigma. Oh, final sigma and then sigma. Oh gosh, that's interesting. I mean, would people care about that? Oh, hang on, sigma and stigma. Oh no. Not to be confused with the actual stigma letter. Okay. Yeah, I mean the chances are we're not even going to hit those guys anyway. I mean I could be completely mistaken, but I think that's the order that Ginger Bill was doing yesterday. Printf and print hex too, by the way. That's true, yeah. Yeah, right. Right. Where are we? I need the quote identifier. Yeah. Okay. So here we go. Let's say this, and let's say what are we saying? 945. Oh, hang on. We're not even doing the quotes yet, are we? We're studying the refs. But I mean, yeah. Now that we know what we're doing, we're going to use that. And I think also I have done the refs, haven't I? Yeah, I think that's fine. Oh, have I not claimed the buffer? Reference menu. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure how big to make this guy. Let's just see. Well, I can't. Can I? Well. If I just run this, mind you, this isn't necessarily a reference heavy episode. Yeah, it's not. Maybe one of the risky ones are? So there's 5 there. Let's just see how big this is. So the reference container goes all the way down to here. So this is, wow, okay, so it's 3K. Let's give myself 16K, I think, for this. And I need to declaim as well at some point. Yeah, that's when we need to declaim this. Guess just at the end of the for loop, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, that's interesting. I'm getting nothing. Didn't expect to get nothing. Although I'm not piping out to main, am I? Yeah, that's what I haven't done. So where does this need to go in main? It'll have to go before the before the player container. Yeah, it's just before the player container. So wherever that is. Yeah, it's just here. So I need to copy. Oh, is it in the title? It is in the title, isn't it? That's a point, yeah, so I actually need to put it in the title. Jesus. So putting it before the annotated container, I suggest. That's interesting. Copy string to buffer. Copying this into the title, so I'm declaiming the references menu here. That cannot be the right place to do that then, can it? The text, the annotation header, category. Yeah, these are all things that happen on each pass. So this shouldn't happen there. This should happen at the next block of declaiming. Well, actually, could happen, well, title, reference menu, because it has to happen after we've copied it out to the title. That's the only thing that I need to do. Just make sure I declaim it after writing it out to the title. But why am I doing the title down there, I wonder? Maybe it doesn't matter, maybe. So there's title going to master. So before here, before annotated container, yeah. Right, so we want to copy buffer. Which way am I doing this now? Copy buffer annotation to player. Yeah, I'm doing this from source to dest, which I should really swap this round. Yeah. Most stuff refers to the Milton forum, but what did I do there? Annotation. Let's just see what I produced there. For some reason I've put this in there. Why have I put that in there? That's a weird one, isn't it? Reference menu. Because we should have copied this stuff into the reference menu and then copy this. Oops. Reference menu. So there's reference menu being claimed. Copies into buffer. Yeah. Div class rest container. Then we're closing the thing there. The next time we use it, we're saying we're copying the rest menu into the title. So the title annotation, where's title being used? Copied into buffer, span class annotated container. Why is this not being used earlier? Should this not have had stuff written into it? Oh, it has it written in before. Yeah, so the title should just contain div class title, episode name, and then the reference menu. So I'm obviously doing something a bit weird here. Reference menu. Let me just yeah, so that is printing the right thing. So obviously I'm not building reference menu correctly, am I? It's a bit weird to me. Reference menu. If it's well formed. Oh, hang on a second. Shouldn't I claim the reference menu earlier? Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe this is the wrong place to do this. In fact, it probably definitely is. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, I need to claim that there. There we go. So I'm not closing it properly. Now what have I got, actually? That's interesting. So this should have 2 more closing divs, and they're just not there. So yeah, where have those divs gone? So yeah, we're saying I've claimed the I've claimed the reference menu up here. We're copying this stuff into it. This stuff is correct. If has reference. Ah, do we still have reference, I wonder? Ah, did I not set has reference to true? That'll be it. This was the same problem as before. I just forgot to do that. So we're kind of getting there. Don't know why. Don't know why that's not correct now. Too many divs. That's interesting. So title. Ah, I see. I think. Yeah, this is just happening too many times. It's happening for each annotation, I think. Well, hang on a sec. Copy into other reference menu. Ah. Right. Right. Copy buffer. I see. Yeah, yeah. That's what the problem is. Doing it in a completely wrong place. If it has a reference, they want to copy this to buffer, and they want to do this. Yeah, that's going to be correct. Bet you. Bet you any money. There you go. So we've got one reference going in. Should there be just one reference? Should be 3. So that's interesting. I mean, I suppose we could also output this the thing, couldn't we? Copies into buffer. All of this stuff. Ref index ++. Ref identifier? Oh, I'm not encouraging the ref identifier. Yeah. That might, would that just be it? No. Okay, fine. But as reference, I want to do all of this, and then we also here. Why are they indented like that, I wonder? Ah, because of this guy. There we go. We also want to say copy string to buffer, copying to the text buffer a superscript car or something. Yeah, I think that's correct. So yeah, we're now seeing this thing we got in Triangle instead, you saw in the Milton forums. So yeah, for some reason it's just not going through all of them. If it has a reference, it first of all sets that up. And then it copies string to buffer. So the first test is if the ref index is less than the reference count, and the in pointer, take away the text, is equal to the offset of a ref, then, oh, hang on a minute, ref index, ah, right, yeah. I think I need to do this further out. Well, not necessarily. No. Ref index is currently 0, I believe. Yeah. Ref index is 0. The reference count is still going to be definitely higher than that. Identify. So we're iterating through. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, we're going to be losing the. Right, we're going to be losing the thing, aren't we? Well, wait a minute. No, we're not, because we've said ref index. Oh, wait. Yeah, right. Yeah, we are going to be losing the ref index. We do need to say the int ref index is out here. Right. Oops. Because these things actually yeah, maybe I don't need so many things. But yeah, these things persist. Or at least they're supposed to persist. So rather than doing those guys there, we just do that. Still not, that's not right. It's just no different at all. I didn't expect that to be no different. let's just jump down and see how it used to be done in the old system. Because we did have it working before, didn't we? If you remember. References plus I. What is I in this situation? Annotation index is equal to the annotation count. Less than the annotation count. The reference count. So while I is less than the reference count, plus the reference index. We'll get to plus the I as well. Annotation index. Yeah, so this guy was just looping over all the annotations just to do the references. So he has a reference index. We've got the reference index, annotation index. They've got the I as well, and the I is getting the count, isn't it? I am incrementing the ref index and the ref identifier. So basically what's happening is for each annotation index, oh, well no, because it wasn't saying that, was it? It was just saying, it was saying to loop over all the annotations. So it was saying exactly this loop, and then it was while it was then like the for I is less than the reference count. So it was a for loop just so we could loop over all those guys. Oh, it's for each annotation, wasn't it? Oh, hang on a minute. Ah. Oh, is it a reference per each annotation index? It is, isn't it? Ah, that's what it is. So this should be a while, maybe. But then I need to make sure that this actually does do the right thing. So yeah, then I would need to reset the ref index to 0 for each annotation. But make sure that the identifier keeps ticking up. Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? Yeah. I think that might be right. Could be completely mistaken that that is even an issue. Yeah, it's just no different again. So, God, that's so weird. Let's step into it and see exactly what's happening. Oh, also, yeah, CTDB was updated since last time, so we might encounter some new stuff. So yeah, as reference, where's that? Is it case sensitive? Yeah. Oh wow, look at that little guy. That's nice actually. Because, does it do that for... Oh, it does also, yeah, so we've now got actually the cursor there. That's nice. Because that was a bit of an adventure before. Trying to actually... trying to line up your thing with the actual line that you want. That's kind of cool. So, right. Actually, let's just have a look at... Yeah, I mean, I would have thought, even if this thing is being overwritten, I would have thought that we should at least get more of these guys being written in. So display the annotation index, reference count. I mean, that should stay the same, shouldn't it? So that's 2. Apparently there's 2 on this annotation. Is that true? Yeah, it is true. So while the ref index is... yeah, right. So display the ref index. This should be 0, yeah. So while this is less than the ref count, is this incorrect again? Possible that is incorrect. These are the things I need to see though, isn't it? So if it has ref index, it doesn't, so just that. Sets that to true. Oh wait. Shouldn't I have done some more stuff? Oh, maybe it is doing more stuff. Yeah, it is, right, it's just doing the it's just doing the next copies into buffer. Right, okay. Right, yeah, copies into buffer. It's copying our superscript thing into the text. The ref identifier. What is that actually? That is 1. Yeah. So it's going to increment the ref index. So that's now 1. So you can put the ref identifier as well. Yeah, so yeah, here we go. We've gone into a loop. Well, so we've gone into it, we're going to check, aren't we? Ah, that was interesting. What's the reference count here? Because we're still in the same annotation, aren't we? So this should be 2. It is. Oh, yeah, it's the offset. So we haven't reached another reference yet. So we just need to continue until we reach a reference. Ah, that's interesting. It just didn't reach another reference. Just try running it all again. So we come to there. And if I continue, I won't hit another reference. Yeah. Ref index is equal to 1. Ah! Ref index is equal to 1. Yeah, that's correct. That is correct. Because we're still in the same annotation index. Right. Tell you what, let's break on this line here. Because we should actually come to this test, shouldn't we? Yeah. So the annotation index is equal to 0. Ref is equal to 1. And the ref count, because it's the same annotation index, right? This should still be 2, shouldn't it? It is still 2. That's 111. 61. Oh, right. Yeah, we're not necessarily going to hit the actual test that I'm after. Let's watch this. I'm looking for that being 111. Should we also watch this? Yeah, let's just watch that. So this isn't going to pass. Surely it's got to. Oh, wait a second. Is it because well, no, because it's like if it doesn't have reference, then it does that, and it sets to true. But if it does have reference, it just needs to do this stuff. You know, which it should do, shouldn't it? Right, here we go. Getting pretty close now. So, right, here we go. Apparently there's a marker there, was there? Wait. Where is that actual reference? Oh, the reference is at the end. Oh, I've got the test wrong, haven't I? Yeah, the other reference is at the end as well. So the test should be while it's less than or equal to the offset. That's the problem. Jesus. Oh, hang on. No, while it's equal to the, while that is equal to the offset. Let's continue. It's super weird. So we're now at offset 111. But we're outside of the loop here, aren't we? Right. We've left the loop. Because the loop is up here. Right, this is the end of the loop. But for some reason we popped out of it. Let's just try something here. I'm pretty sure that that is the problem, that I'm just not looping through correctly. You know, so I'll just continue until I reach annotation index 1. Just going through. Yeah, we're just copying the buffers out, declaiming all of that stuff, and incrementing the annotation index. Yeah. So presumably there's no reference on this annotation. Yeah, there isn't. So let's just see, if I were to do in my test, if I were to put the ref kind of somewhere in, yeah, I do get the 2 there. Yep. So the problem is just that I'm not fucking incrementing through the right stuff. The in pointer, take away that, is equal to the offset minus 1. Is that what it is? Well, not really, but I mean, not really, but sort of. How did I do it down there? Where's the offset? Where is the offset? Oh, this is building the title anyway, so that won't deal with it. Ah, wow, that's less than the offset. Oh no. Well, that's less than the offset, then it's going to go through. Oh, if the ref local index dot offset is less than 2. What? What's going on here? Int ref local index is equal to 0. So yeah, ref local is just the same as the ref index. Well, that's less than the reference counts. In pointer take away the start of the text, while that is equal to the offset of the references. And the offset of the references is just going to be 0 at the start and just the size of the text at the end. Surely. This is a bit weird. Because the thing was, like, so I'm rolling 2 tests into 1 here. And also this while isn't strictly a while, is it? Like if I do that, and I do this again, because this was giving me all of the stuff. Yeah, that gives me all the stuff as well. I'm not sure why that's happening. So I would have thought that if it's equal to the offset, we do go in. I suppose I could break this test up actually. Oh, wait a second. Why do I need to be testing for this, I wonder? Can't I just test for... Oh, oh right, so we are testing for that here. Marker index take away marker counts. And in pointer take away this is equal to that. Yeah, this test is exactly the same, isn't it? Car readable. pretty close. Well, I think I am anyway. Yeah, so I was going to break up this test, wasn't I? Right. Let's see if I hit them both, maybe. Oh, actually, hang on. Yeah, I mean, I might not pass. The ref index. Yeah, the ref index was always less than the ref index count, wasn't it? Yeah, so I should pass that test. Oh, hang on a second, but yeah, right. I don't necessarily want to be doing this, do I? I do need to wrap this entire thing in here. Which is a bit unfortunate. Gosh, really? Right. Probably here, I imagine. Yeah. So, break here. Break there, and break there. I want to display some stuff. Display the ref index, the annotation index, the pointer, take away that. Oh, I hate the mouse. That. And the offset, which should still be 111. Not exactly sure how to do this. So you do that? Yeah. Oh wow, is he going to display it as like one long thing now? Oh god, it kind of is. God. Right. Like that? No. Just do them individually. Spell the ref index. I got it. Let's just quit it and let's just get these guys back again. So it was break. Break here. Let's run to there. Let's display the ref index, rotation index, display that. Display the offset. The offset's already 50. If the in pointer take away the text is equal to the offset. Yeah, right, it's not. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think this is doing what I'd expect. Let's continue. Right there. So yeah, I feel like I can continue until I at least hit ref index is equal to 1. Right, so just going along here. Right. So ref index is equal to the offset. So I'm going to come in here. This is going to pass. Set that. Current above. Right. Which it doesn't. So set that. Copy string to buffer. Copy into the reference menu, yeah. So the ref index is now 1. The ref identifier is probably 2. And then we continue. So the next thing we're looking for is this offset 111. Yeah, it might actually be worthwhile stepping through that a bit slower actually, just to see exactly where it's going. Yeah, like what is in pointer at this point? That's forums, right? Yeah, let's display the in pointer. Right. So we've got to there. Now MS. Now S. So let's next this actually. Ah, hang on a second. So that's going to swallow the S. And there's no in pointer. That's the problem. That's unfortunate. So, yeah, right. Absolutely. So if in pointer, we're going to do that. Let's just back these guys out now that I know what the problem is. Right, so that's where I was, I think. I got a minute. Oh, pH. What wrong with happening? Well, the issue is, right, I'm looping over the in pointer. I'm saying while that is not null, I'm going through the text node. And yeah, so I'm going through the text node, and I'm sort of seeing. So I'm doing this. I'm going through, and I'm doing a test, right? I want to see if we've hit the offset of a reference, and whether the ref index is less than the reference count. Right. If I haven't hit, if I'm not on the offset, it fails this test. And then it comes down here and it checks if the input is still valid, if it's still not null. It then sets the text pointer to be equal to the value in that, and then it increments the in pointer so that the in pointer is now at it's now at the end of the buffer, at the end of the text node. And once it's at the end of the text node, this thing here is now null, right? So I don't enter this loop for the time when I need it, right? Because when I would pass this test is when the endpointer is null, basically. I'm not quite sure why I haven't had this issue with the markers. Ah, hang on a minute. Let me just check if I would have that issue with the markers. So if we just say multiplication, right? Let's just say for the sake of argument we do that. Right, so that has given me a thing for multiplication. Yeah, so I'm just a bit unsure as to what I'm doing wrong here. Because what I was seeing when I stepped through, I was seeing that the endpoint of miner's text was less than the reference offset. Yeah, I've seen that. And then the one time when it was going to be at the offset, I watched it increment the in pointer so that the in pointer ended up being null. When my markers are copied into text unless from my references. Ah, that's true, yeah. Yeah, right. So maybe that sort of suggests that I need to do the same thing though. Like after having popped out of here, I should do another loop over the references. Just to check, doesn't it? But this time it'd be like a while. And that also kind of argues that I might as well loft this out into a function. But also, that also equally argues... Oh no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No. Text point, yeah, right. I see, that's probably the solution, isn't it? I probably need to... I could change the loop condition or do another check after the loop. Ah, change the loop condition. That's interesting. Or do the check after the loop, yeah. So, So I was just talking about doing the check after the loop. Well, let's see how the loop condition could be changed. Change the reference if statements. Right. Or is it going to be in there somewhere? So, or reference... or... Okay, reference index minus reference count. Let's try that. What's going on here? Oh wow. Have I killed Vim here? Oh my god. Okay, don't know what happened there. Reference minus reference count. The ending in there made a change for that. Ah. Oh, right, yeah, of course, yeah. Right, yes. So I suppose actually I could have stuck with that same test, couldn't I? Yeah, I see. Actually, while in pointer and... Oh, hang on, while in pointer... Yeah. Well, that and the offset thing. Well, don't think this is right actually. While in pointer or... Maybe that's correct now. But I don't think this would give me everything. If there's the end pointer. I do feel like it should be is not offset. Let's just change this to be using the offset thing. Hang on a minute. I think it's mark accounts. Oh, dude. Right, yeah. Ah, yeah, it was. Okay. God damn it. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's so. Right. Before I just changed it. Yeah. So, right, got a different error here. Start just thinking of it. Try it without changing. Don't change to that bit. Okay. Ah. Aha. That was it. Alright, cool. Gosh. So, yeah, just the sticking point there was I was hitting the end of the buffer. Hitting the end of the text. Gosh. Why are there any points at all that? The ref count is less than the reference counts. That's interesting. If in pointer never do that. Let me just see. Well, that is less than the reference counts. While there's an input in, so we're going to increments. Wait, sorry, while there's an input in, so we're going to go in. we're going to increment until it's null, at which point it should be at the offset. So let me just try the offset test. This should. Well, it doesn't. So fine. Wonder why though. Yeah. I mean, I do wonder why, because I would have thought that when this, oh hang on, do I need to just wrap it in parentheses? No. I would have thought that when I'm, while this, or the endpoint to take away the text is equal to the offset. Oh, hang on a minute. Is there going to be some, well, hang on a second, even if there is some funky stuff going on. Oh, there could be some markers. That's, well, hang on a minute. Well, hang on a minute, even if there is some markers, why wouldn't that fire in the other case? Copy to the buffer reference menu. Yeah, I'm not sure. But I mean, this works, so I might as well just go with it. Since it tries to index references 0 when references is null. That way probably crashes when there are no references. Ah. Right. Yes. Cool. Yeah, that's the point. I forgot about that case. Yeah. Yeah, right. Okay, cool. But hang on a minute, why? What was I testing against again? Oh, it's the offset. So the offset could be null. Whereas the reference count could legitimately be 0. Okay. I get it, I think. Alright, cool. So I think we're all right. The thing we're not doing yet is tying these guys together. But before we do that, I'm going to go for a short break and then get the quotes stuff in. I think the quotes should be dead straightforward. And once we've got a quotes menu, we can then potentially look at the references and see about unifying this stuff. Also, we could actually just test it, couldn't we, quickly? So there's no highlighting. Just kind of interesting. Yeah. So there's still more work to do. Yeah, I wonder why that's not working, actually. But yes, I'll just have a short couple of minutes break. And then we'll continue. Right. Get yourself back in situ. Get the old hot water bottle cover off since it's now cooler. I wonder if our friends in America are familiar with hot water bottles. Kind of feel like it's a very English thing, and maybe a very northern thing, but I don't know. Maybe not northern actually. But I also have some chocolates, and I kind of fancy, you know, having a celebratory chocolate. This is like, these are Thornton's classics. They're like Thornton's dark ones, and I think this is a coffee truffle. Wow, okay. I kind of imagined Israel as being a hot place. But maybe in winter it's colder, is it? And also it's all relative, isn't it, I suppose? Quote index. 15 degrees C. Wow. I wonder what it is here. Apparently it's 9 to 10 degrees C. I don't believe that at all. It feels a lot colder than that. So this is Wednesday. So Wednesday morning is supposed to be 9 to 11 C. So that's in the morning, which is like 8 hours or so. Gosh. So yeah, not too dissimilar to here. And look at that, that's kind of nice. I didn't realise that they had lightning animations. So, yeah, if has a reference. Let's get some music on as well, actually. How long have I been going? Going for 2 hours and 17? You know, have I? 2 hours and 17 to do just that. Wow. Let's get Limbo on. Although Limbo is kind of my go-to short soundtrack. We may be here for a bit longer yet. We'll see. That blink. I know, dude. So, yeah. So we just want to say, if it's quote, isn't it? Oh gosh, and I was also thinking of doing that thing, wasn't I? Oops. I was also thinking of making HTML annotations plus annotation index be a pointer. I suppose I could do that. Yeah, let's go for it. Oh, really? Oh, Yeah, it picked to the first one. So yank 2t dot. Oh, and it's also not that, is it? It's actually God. That, I believe. Just see. Oh, it needs. Yeah, sorry. Let's get this right. We'll get it there. Undeclared identifier. Oh, is it? Well, hang on a minute. What is this exactly? This is a HTML in annotations. Can I just do that? I wonder. State with no effect. HTML. Let's try HTML output anno is equal to a pointer to that. So I can't do that. So maybe it's that. No. So yeah, it's an incompatible pointer. Yeah, blimey. All I want to do here is give myself a quick way of talking about this. So yeah, right, I did it with the current thing, didn't I? There was a current something thingamajig. HTML underscore reference. Ah, interesting. I see. Ah, it's a struct. Right, I get it. Yeah, got it. So, if I go to html_live.h, I'm trying to get a HTML annotation. That's what I'm after. Right. It's a HTML annotation pointed to anno should be equal to this plus annotation index. Huh. Let's just try this then. Well. How did current happen again? Current is equal to HTML reference. Yeah, pointer current is equal to HTML annotations plus that. So it's a pointer to that. Yeah, as what is equal to HTML annotations. Oh, annotation plus the annotation index. Remember name annotation. Oh. Right. What am I looking for again? HTML annotations. Oh, right. HTML. So HTML dot annotations. I see, I think. So maybe the address of... Maybe it's that, actually, yeah. Pointing to that is the address of that plus annotation index. Well, maybe not. Still nothing for me to embarrass. So, yeah. Warning, unique variable anno. Oh! Was that the only warning? So maybe I'm fine. Right. Let's just see. God damn it. Yeah, right. Perfect. Yeah. Okay, so... God damn it. So I want to be changing all instances of this to be arrow. So let's yank that. Let's go down to... Oh, that was to the bottom. Do to there. And let's say, go to substitute. What was that? How do I do this now? That. Substitute all instances of this. And I'm probably going to have to escape a bunch of stuff here. For anno that. Has that done anything? It has. I know what. Wow, okay, so it looks like I've got this right. Right. I guess I wasn't paying attention. No worries. Yeah, I just managed to get the little thing, this guy, this thing, just managed to get that going. So yeah, if anno author. Okay, right, so if anno is quote, if the annotation is a quote, then we want to say if has quotes. If it doesn't have quotes, then we want to start to populate our thing. Reference menu. In fact, this is basically the same stuff, isn't it? Yeah, it's basically the same, but it can't be exactly the same. I mean, the only difference actually is the span is called something different. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it is a different test anyway. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we'll need to rename these as well, actually. I think I probably will do that, actually, after I've done this. I suppose, actually, I could claim the quote menu, couldn't I? In the situation. Oops. God. Tight visual. I could claim that in the situation that we didn't have the quote. Gosh. Wow. Why does it think that's it? Yeah, I mean, I suppose technically, it should be. It just makes it too long for my liking. So this actually isn't going to happen. Fill the div class with ref indices. We're only ever going to have one anyway. So that ain't going to happen. Copy string to buffer. So yeah, if it doesn't have a quote, then if it doesn't have a quote, we want to copy this into the quote menu. And yeah, we're going to claim it, won't we? Claim buffer. Let's see how I claim again. Header. Reference menu, yeah. So what I was kind of saying was, could I not just do that when we don't have the thing? What is it? Has reference. Yeah, if we don't have reference, then we can claim it. Copy the string into it. I think that's going to be fine. If not, we'll just have to fix it. So if we don't have a quote, we can claim the buffer. We need to know what the thing is. It's the quote menu. 16. Yeah, I mean, it could be a very quote-worthy episode. Oh yeah, I mean the lunch episode. I wonder how much quoting, how many bytes that will require. To write quotes as quotes. And then here we are, copy string to buffer. Right, so the copy string to buffer has to be right, yeah, it has to be this, doesn't it? Now, am I handling the quotes at all in the old thing? I wonder. Oh, it's just one, isn't it? Like if I just switch back to the old thing and I run this. Yeah, I'm not. So I can't pull anything from anywhere else. So yeah, we've got the quotes. We want to say, so this is setting up that, so it's actually this. This is what we want to be writing. Is that right? Yeah, it is, isn't it? So, right, span data, okay, here we go. Yeah, and then I can figure out the stuff. Composition to buffer. Quite many. Let's just pop that up there. And then let's just get rid of all of this, I think. Okay. So these guys, substitute one of these for one of them. Ah, should have done it globally. Looks okay to me. Okay, so yeah, what's happening down there? If we don't have quotes, right, I think that's correct. Okay, so yeah, here we go. So the data ID is going to be the identifier, isn't it? Right. So this is going to be the quote identifier. What else have we got? We've got the number 1. So this is going to be the quote index, which might as well be a thing. Quote index plus 1, maybe? Oh, hang on a minute. No. This is the value that we're being passed in. It's the anno quote ID, isn't it? Or something. Quote number, quote count. Yeah, let's just check the lib. So it's quote ID, yeah, right. So it's going to be the quote dot ID, right? Yeah. And then we've got the date. So the date is just going to be our date. Let's just say quote date, and then let's say quote text, and then it's a time code, so it's the anno time, isn't it? I think that's all it is. Oh, there's this as well. This is the identifier. Yeah, right. So let's just make sure I've got all of those guys. So we've got the quote identifier here. We've got the quote ID here. We've got the quote date there. The quote text here. Data timestamp. Ah. This is the anno time, which is in decimal maybe? So that was after the text, wasn't it? So So that goes there. Then we've got this thing, which is the identifier again. Which, I mean, did I make it a car? I think I might have made it a car, actually. Yeah, pretty sure I did. And then we've got the time, which is going to be okay. I'm pretty sure that is it. That's in its quote index. Yeah, I was wondering, wasn't I, if I needed the quote index. So I don't think I need it. Ah, and also quote identifier, right. This needs to have the actual stuff. Annotation data. Ah, right. Yeah, I need to populate this. This is what I need to populate for both of the refs and the quotes. That's the thing. So for quote identifier, right. So for this little guy, we want to say it was just this, wasn't it? Is that correct? I think that's what Isaac was saying. Question mark M test. Question mark 0M. Blink didn't work. Ah, right. Gosh, I wouldn't have recognised that at all. Is that supposed to be a test for blinking? Well, claim buffer, quote menu. Seems to was into RSO. That's unfortunate. Chat. It's kind of well, it's kind of colour code, isn't it? It comes under that. As you reach on the screen, see what's a weird amount of cars. Is that the only thing? How does this even work? Is it F3? Yeah. So colour status. Maybe it's a team, a WeChat setting, which is going colour to use colours to add new colours. I'll look at that later. It's very possible I just actually hit the FAQ to answer the question there. So yeah, I've forgotten also to close the quotes thing. So let's just do that. Yeah, so that should handle all of that. Mind you, even despite not closing the quote thing, that shouldn't be failing, should it, necessarily? Copy string to buffer. It's the call on line 424. It's saying. Copy string to, oh right, so I've just got all this stuff busted, have I? So yeah, C. So we've got a C, D. Date is a string, text is a string. The time is a D. Quote identifies a C. The time code to seconds is an S. It's possible that I've got all this stuff incorrect. Time code to seconds returns an int, does it? Oh right, I've got these guys the wrong way around. So yeah, right, Jesus, it comes in. I see. It comes in as the actual format thing. Yeah, that keeps throwing me. That does actually. Let's just double check. So we're saying that should be a C. Quote ID should be a D, apparently. I suppose I could check that, couldn't I? Quote ID. Yeah, it is a D. The quote date should be a string. Quote text is a string. Then we've got the anode time, which is this little guy here. So the data timestamp. Wait, hang on a minute. The data timestamp, that should be in seconds, shouldn't it? Yeah, so hang on, that was the right way round. Oh, yeah, that was the right way around. Right, time code to seconds. This should be time code to seconds. And this guy should be the time as we receive it. As a string. The quote identifier is a C. Copy string to buffer quote menu. What's this? That's a bit disconcerting that we've got that. Oh, it's part of that, is it? If it's a quote. Oh, I've just not given it enough memory. That can't be right, can it? I need to run my func on the time. Let's see. Some of the you can't enter into which are easily. Ah, right, okay. Some of the sprintf thingamajigs are mismatched. Copy string to buffer. Declaring attributes of functions. In GNU-C, you declare certain things about functions called in your program, which help the compiler optimize function calls and check your code more carefully. The keyword attribute allows you to specify special attributes when making a declaration. This keyword is followed by an attribute specification inside double parentheses. The following attributes are currently defined for functions on all targets. And it was format arg, wasn't it, you were saying? Oh no, just format. Scroll down to the format one. So my printf just 2, 3. That's interesting. I see. What 2 and 3 means? Correct parameters from format sort. The format string myFormat is the second argument of the print function myPrint. Ah, right. And the arguments to check start with the third argument. Ah, I see. Okay, so this would be exactly the same. So, yeah, right. So he does that. And then you put this inside the actual thing. Empty declaration. Oh, is it before the before you even do the thing? Is it? Printfs are a number recognized format. That's interesting. So I wonder if it just wants printf. Put it before the void. Wow, really? Okay. Empty declaration. Externent my printf. My printf void my object. So they're putting it. Yeah, they're not actually putting the entire function, which is a bit unfortunate. Without that. Huh. Ah, interesting. Wow, that's cool. So that's before void. Could I put it down? Not there. Can I put it here? That should be specified before the declaration. Oh, right, okay. Fine. Cool. So I wonder why the documents are saying that exactly. I suppose externent. This is sort of a yeah, it's a different type of function declaration, isn't it? So that's cool. Cheers very much for that, Tafaras. It's wanting me to do argument 9 as type int. So argument 7 has type char star. Argument 9, there's 7 arguments rather. 7 arguments to this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's type char star. It expects arguments of type int. Timecode to seconds. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, right. So I should be doing. I've done it wrong again, haven't I? I thought I'd established that I got it the right way around. Because this time, This time should be the time that I'm given, right? Ah, okay. Oh, wow. Arg1 is the format string, I think. Of the declaration, yeah. Argument 1 is the format string. Oh, is it? So it's like 0 indexed. We'll just see what they're saying again. They're saying void my object. Const char my format. In the example above, the format string my format is the second version, second argument. Let's say. Ah, right. Okay. Sorry, got you. Argument format string. Okay. So this should fail, right? Oh yeah, I'm not even writing it out anyway, so who cares? Yeah, so quote menu. So we've successfully claimed it, and we've populated the quote menu. So after we've completed all of this stuff, has some reference. Yeah, right, so it's here. Before doing the has reference, we want to say has quote. Let's just see how we actually close this. Oh, it's the same again, isn't it? Because it's the same type of thing. So yeah, right. If it has quotes, yeah, I mean we can't roll these guys together because they are mutually exclusive. So with a bit of luck, that's it. So there's the quotes. Oh, we're not doing the let's do the superscript number as well, actually. Copy string to buffer, quote menu. And then we want to copy string to buffer. It's the text. And the string is going to be a superscript quote identifier, which is a car, I believe. There's also the, this, that. I think that's it. Expect some matching int. Ah, right. Okay, fine. Oh, yeah, of course he does. Identify. So yeah, right. Did that a bit wrong. Quote as quote. I try to output. That's a C. Oh, hang on it. Yeah, it's a D, isn't it? Yeah, right. That was the problem. Let's just fix that as well. So the quote identifier should be a D. Then you might need to use an int, like R, yeah. And then again, so we used it up there. Timestamp. And I think this guy needs to be a D, yeah. There we have it. Look at that. Got our little. Oh wait. Ah, oh, damn it! We're not incrementing the quote index, quote identifier. Wait. God. Yeah. That's quite want to do all of this, and then we need to. Well, don't rejoice just yet. We need to increment the quote identifier, and I always do that. I always do quote identifier plus plus and then change it back. So I think that's everything. Yeah, man. I do need to handle this. But yeah, there's our quotes. Quote 1, quote 2, quote date. That's fantastic. And you know what? I really like this Greek letter stuff. I think it looks fantastic. Isn't it just? And it looks really legitimate as well, though, doesn't it? Like, it looks like it belongs, I think. Whereas before, like the regular alphabet, I suppose it looked a little bit out of place, maybe. Let's just take a look at this again. Well, maybe not actually. Maybe they look fine. Yeah, maybe I was just imagining it. Does look cool though. I do like it. So yeah, right. I suppose what I need to do actually is check if the quotes thing contains nothing. Oh, I also need to do the hooking up with these guys. Yeah, so that was the annotation data. I'll tell you what, before I do that, let us do the inserting of text if the thing is empty. If as quote, we want to do this. Copy into buffer text. Right, so here we want to say if we find that if the length of the text, well, if there's no text, isn't it? If there's no text, if there's no text, right, then we want to copy string to buffer this thing here, quote date, quote text rather, and we'll still have this because the actual thing will have pulled it for us. So let's just say copy string to buffer right. I think that's correct. Or if there's no pointer. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, at this point actually. Oh no, we are within a. We are within a. Oh, oh no, we've jumped out of it, haven't we? Ah, that's unfortunate. So, yeah. I think we need to do all of this stuff with inside her. Try testing anode text 0 instead. I think it's never null, just empty. Ah. Ah, yeah, that was it. I see, yeah, so it is never... Right, so there's nothing in at the first location. I suppose also, actually, if it is a quote, what was I thinking of doing for the quote? Yeah, I was saying surround it with the quote marks. Yeah, I mean also maybe well, let's just stick with that. I suppose really I should pull that quote text out into a string, just so we know that this isn't actually, well, nah. Try with that too. Guess I don't use for authors. Ah. Yeah, so that's its authors, right. What's I actually? Yeah, what is I? I don't think I've got an I, have I? Well, how do I search for this? Yeah, how do you search for that? And how would it know? How would it know that it's actually what I want? Oh, so that's down there. Build categories. Oh, that's up there. So yeah, I don't have an I. Quote text. Yeah. What was kind of what was going through my mind was like, should we make a quote should we make one of those a medium, similar to the blackboard, or should we not? And I don't know. I just do not know. I think that's something we can mull over. For more fancy quotes. Ah, right, okay. That's true. Yeah. Cheers. Let's just check. Do I want fancy quotes? Come on. Surely I want the first. Surely. Yeah. Yeah, you're not all that bad, HMT bot. You're not bad. You're alright. So yeah, quote text. Right, yeah, so it is, was it? That. I think that's correct. Yeah. Quote text, yeah. Looks like there's looks like there's a space between them. Quote text. Yeah, definitely. Yes, definitely. Have I got any other instances of quotes? Quote text. Quote dates. References. No. Yeah, right, so I think actually we have done it, haven't we? For some reason that is happening down there. Why is that happening? So yeah, we've nailed this part of it. We just need to do the annotation data. So yeah, the annotation data. Let's just have a look at that. So yeah, data ID, class ref. So just double check. Yeah, I mean I must be outputting the data ID, mustn't I? Yeah, that's outputting that there. So yeah, the only thing I need to do. Yeah, right. This is dead easy. I just need to say, for each thing, whenever we have an annotation, sorry, whenever we have a reference, if we don't have reference, then we want to claim a buffer for the annotation data. And this can be really small. Oops. This could be really small. Say yeah, what could this be reasonably? 32, 64, I don't know. Because it's just going to contain IDs. I think 32 should suffice. That's 32 bytes, by the way. Hang on, UTF-8. So yeah, those guys were just like kind of 4 or 5 bytes, weren't they? Yeah, I think that's okay. So if it doesn't have reference, then we want to do this. Well, let's yeah, let's claim the buffers together. So do that, and then we need to copy string to buffer to the annotation data. it's going to be, yeah, that's the point. What is it going to be actually? Data ID, class ref. So have I got, that's interesting actually. So I can't split up, I will have to split up this stuff, won't I? Won't I? Sorry, wait, it's this, isn't it? Yeah, right. So it needs to be data ref equals opening thing, and then the first actual ref. Oh, so it's that. It's got to be that, and then the actual ref identifier, which is a car. What we're dealing with is this is references, isn't it? Yeah. Was it a car? Yeah, I mean, I'll find out, won't I? So we do that, and then we close it. Right, that's all for now. Is that correct? I mean, I suppose it kind of is. Copies into buffer, annotation data. Data ref, that. Okay, so there's no warnings anymore because we're now using the annotation data. Ah. Oh yeah, that's fine. I was going to say, oh, hang on a second though. Oh. Yeah, right. Unfortunately, the quotes and the references can happen together. Like you can have a situation where you've got both, where something is both a quote and a reference. And the way we'll mark those up is just by appending to the data ref. So I need to check them both at the same time. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Well, actually I suppose if it doesn't have so if, yeah, we want to then check here. Yeah, we need to then check here if it doesn't have a quote. Is that correct? Is that this situation? So Anode text. I suppose actually, once we've got to the end of the annotation, then we can build up that thing. Mind you, we will have incremented the ref counter, the ref identifier. I mean, I suppose we need to just check in both cases. Could this be right? If it doesn't have reference and it comes in, and this guy first of all checks if it doesn't have the quotes, and if it doesn't have quotes, oh, hang on a minute. This guy's always going to happen before the has quote check. So this is always going to pass. So I think we're okay actually. We just need to make sure. We just need to make sure that the other guy checks. Yeah, I think that's correct. I think I'm right in saying that. So if this doesn't have quotes, then what we say is claim the buffer and we pop that into there. And we also then want to say if we don't have ref, we then want to claim the buffer. We want to do the same thing again. Otherwise, we want to do. Oh, wait a minute. Oh crap! Yeah. So actually, that's not correct. Because this is going to happen either way. That's unfortunate. I suppose this just argues that the else case only handles the data ref, which is a bit unfortunate, I think. Is this correct? I think it is correct. Let's say that. So add in the comma and then the ref identifier. Actually, it's the annotation data is what I wanted looking for. So this guy, if it doesn't have a reference, then it needs to... Oh! Oh, actually, yeah, because you need to put the comma. Right, yeah. So yeah, I couldn't make that any more simple. If it doesn't have a quote, then if it doesn't have a reference, claim the annotation data. Copy this. Otherwise, we copy if we do already have a quote, then we know that we can just do the same thing again. I think that's correct. Okay. And then once we've finished with the annotation, which is way down here. Is it? Is it right down here? Copy buffer. Reference menu. Gosh, it is, yeah, it's way right down here. Oh, this isn't indented correctly. Okay. If it has quotes, then I want to do that. Ah, I see. We could do with, well, we could do with getting this test here. If it has a, because basically all we need to do here is just to close the annotation data thing with a quote. If it has quote, but it can be, we can have that in either of these cases. But these guys are doing essentially the same thing. Maybe I can't maybe I can't write a test that kind of encompasses what I want to encompass. Annotation data. So where's the annotation header at this point? That's my question. Oh god, that's up there, is it? That's unfortunate. Why is that up there? Oh wow. Oh god, we've done it up there. Right. So I see. Coverage above annotation header. Oh, we need to do it before. Ah. We need to copy it after we've done the annotation class. That's what we need to do. Quote menu. So let's go into the quote menu and the reference menu. So I believe I can probably just move all that up. Because the oh no, it's going into the title, isn't it? So where does the title go? Oh, I just put it down there because of this. Well, I mean, I'll tell you what. Since this is just it's a different kind of test. Let's just whack it up there. So yeah, we're saying copy string to buffer. Session header. Yeah. Copy string to buffer. Annotation header. And then right here we want to say copy buffer. Well, not here actually, it's oh, that's interesting actually. Copy string to buffer annotation class. Oh, we weren't testing that. I probably need to test that, don't I? If it has category. Don't I? Oh no. There's always going to be a class for that, I believe. So that's okay. We just need to copy buffer. I think that might be all. Yeah, there we go. Bob's your uncle. Well, that was kind of nice that kind of went as expected. And I'm looking at the wrong file. So yeah, that hasn't gone as expected at all. Yeah. So that was unfortunate. It was too good to be true. Data ID. So the data ID is that. Oh, what's happening here? Rest container. Oh, it's also not a copy the annotation class into the annotation header. I'm not quite sure where this div situation has come from. Oh, I'm not clearing the thing. I need to declaim the whatnot. Annotation data. Right. So after using that, I can, where am I declaiming? Why am I never declaiming the quote menu? That sounds a bit suspicious to me. Am I declaiming the quote menu? Yeah, I don't seem to be. That's weird. Reference menu. So yeah, it's still not wanting to link up. Wonder why.
And so then from here, what happens is you start counting up with zeros, and so actually it's counting down. Like if you were to look on the number line.
So look at the reference. We want to say data ref 0 and 1. So these are actually the identifiers. These are fine to be the identifiers. Oh, I'll tell you what. I wonder if that's playing havoc with it. Oh, well, hang on a minute. No, that should be fine, shouldn't it? Because it can be a string, I think. Data ref is that. Data ref is 0 and 1, which is corresponding to this data ID 0, and that's data ID 1. Oh, again, I've got the divs going like that. So that's definitely a bug going on there. Yeah, but we've got this data ID up here. That should correspond with A data array. Oh, right. Data ref. I see. And there's no space before data ref. Okay. Right, let's put that in. Yeah, that's the old stuff. So is that, and this is probably, was it just a D again? Oh, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, right, it can't be that. It's got to be the old thing again. That's what it's got to be. Right. How do I... Blimey. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do this little edit. So, should have been this, that, and then this. Right. That is still building. So those guys seem to be correct. Oh, hang on a second. This is the wrong thing. It's not the ref identifier. It's the quote identifier which needs to have this situation going on. Gosh. Right. Let's try this all again. We're getting there. Right. So that seems to be correct. Oh, right. That's the problem, isn't it? Hang on a second. Ah, yeah, because the annotation data has to be either the quote identifier or the reference identifier. Yeah. God. And this isn't the reference identifier. What am I doing? What am I talking about? This shouldn't be the reference identifier at all. This should be the quote identifier. Yeah, that was all busted. But I think I'm right in saying that, well, I'm not, am I? It needs to be this, right? If we don't, so if it's a quote, if we don't have quote, if we don't have reference, we need to open up the data ref. And then we need to do, I can just get back to the right place. Blimey. Really? That, right. Let's try this again. So it's going to be that, the quote identifier. Right. Oh yeah, that was the thing, wasn't it? The stuff later on was only to close the thing, so that was fine. Then the other thing was ref identifier. Yeah, if it has a quote or it has a reference, then we need to close the thing. And then copy the data to the header. Yeah. Oh, actually. Yeah, right. In fact, when we do the data ref adding, you don't want to do that there, actually. I want to be doing it... I don't want to be doing the inserting of a space there. Where am I going? Data ref. I want to be saying... Oh, hang on a second, actually. Well, I mean, I suppose I could actually. Yeah, because that is just a string, isn't it? The annotation data is just a string. I could say copy string to buffer. We want to copy to the annotation header. Is this correct? Wow. Copy string to buffer. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Let's just change this back actually, and just leave it like that. Right. Okay. Then we want another annotation data situation. So where do we next see that? So we next see that down there, right? So this was for the is quote. So here we're on the reference. So we've passed that as a C. So this should be a D, I believe. There's a 3 coming from somewhere. Ah dear. Coordinates. Why is that 3 coming from? So that is being put into the title. It's being put into the title after the episode name and before the references container. So that's the annotation header. Quote menu, title. Annotation class. Annotation data. Copy the annotation data to the header. Copy this to the annotation header. Then want to claim a buffer for the annotation and copy the annotation header to the annotation. Yeah, which sounds fine to me. Copy buffer the quote menu into the title. If has quotes or has reference. Copy of annotation data header. Let's just have another look at the out.html. Yeah, I mean we've got too many divs happening here, which is pretty suspicious. As well as obviously this 3 happening. Okay, so annotator container. Yeah, is this just a null termination problem? Ah, there's also this happening. Which is incorrect. That's interesting. So it seems like that is always being inserted. Well, oh, there's a 3. Oh, hang on a second. There's a 3 and 2 quotes there. Ah, that might be that. That's interesting. But if we remove that and then change that to that and then get rid of this, references. Oh, there's no quotes at all. There should be a quotes container. So that's gone awry. So data ref is happening down there. And there's no actual Oh, right, these guys aren't getting their ref. So there's no quotes happening at all. And there's also extraneous quotes. So there's data. So what? There weren't too many data refs. There were too many. Ah, I see. There were too many closing thingamajigs. There were too many of these guys. Because it was happening for each annotation. But, wait. Shouldn't that have been accounted for with that? Right. Let's just see where annotation data has been written to. So doing a space and then an opening quote and the D. And then we're doing a comma with a D otherwise, which sounds fine to me. So if it's a quote, and if we don't have a reference, then we want to copy into the annotation data. We want to claim an annotation data, we want to copy into it the data ref, this, like the opening quote, and then the quote identifier with all this stuff. Otherwise, if we do have a data ref, we don't want to put the data ref on the opening quotes, we just want to put this. And then set it to true. Ah, hang on a minute. If we don't have a ref, oh, hang on. Yeah, right. Well, hang on. Yeah, if we don't have ref, no, it doesn't matter then, does it? If it doesn't have quotes, we say it has to quote true. Otherwise, we just copy that straight into the annotation data. Claim buffer. So if we don't have quotes, so if it's a quote, if we don't have a quote, we want to claim a buffer for the quote. And then we do set has quote equals true here. Then we check if we don't have reference. We have to claim that buffer. Oh. Ah, maybe that's screwing things up. Because we could have a quote. Oh no, because we've tested for it, haven't we? We've said... Oh, have we? Well, yeah, because it's like on this... Yeah, because this is per annotation. If we don't have a reference. That should be... Well, it's obviously not right, but... If that's a quote, if that's a reference. I want to copy that to the quote menu, copy that to the reference menu. Yeah, if that's a quote, you want to copy that to the quote menu. And then I want to copy the quote menu to the title. Quote menu. Oh, I suppose actually, I have started to declaim that, haven't I? I think I remember adding that just out of the blue. Well, that made no difference. (3:15) So I was pretty close at one point. Just trying to see what's going on. Obviously that 3 is completely rubbish. We're not getting the quotes container at all, which is a bit worrying. Yeah, why are we not getting that quotes container? If an annotation is quote, I want to say if it has a quote. If it doesn't, if we don't have a quote, so the has quote means if we have a quote menu. If we don't have a quote menu, then we want to claim a buffer for it, which is 16 kilobytes big. I want to copy this string into that, and it says quotes there. I want to see if it has references. If it doesn't have a reference, then we know we need to open up a annotation data thing and copy into the annotation data the data ref, the opening thing, opening quote, and our quote identifier. Otherwise, if we do have a reference, then we can assume that the data ref has already been opened, and then we just append our identifier. And set our script to true. What's this else to do with? If we don't have a quote. If we don't have a quote. Right. Sorry, if we do have a quote, rather. Oh, right. So if we do have a quote, then we want to see... Oh, we also want to see if we have reference, don't we? Wait, that can't be... Is that right? If we didn't have a quote... If we have a quote... Then we want to say... Well, hold on a second. If we don't have a... So what we're doing here, we're just trying to write the data ref. We're trying to claim and write into the data ref. Claim and answer data and write the data ref. If we don't have a quote, we need to do this. If we didn't have a quote. And we want to see if we don't have a has reference. And if we don't have a has reference, then we want to claim that buffer and write the data ref into it. Else we just straight up copy it and set that to true. If we do have a quote, well, hold on a second. There can only be one quote, so has quote is always going to be that's always going to be false, right? I think this is bullshit, right? We don't need to do this. The only test we need to do is if we have reference. Because I'm just going to specify that there's only going to be one quote per annotation. Yeah, so that isn't right. So that cannot be correct. And we don't need has quote is equal to true either, because we already know it does has. We already know it has one because it is a quote. So if it is a quote, We want to claim a buffer for it, do all this stuff, and then we check if we have a reference. If we don't have a reference, we need to claim the annotation data and pop the data ref starter in. Otherwise, if we do have a reference, then we can just pop that on. If it's a quote, oh, sorry. If it's a quote, here is where we now need to say if has quotes, right? If we don't have quotes, we now need to do all this stuff. Yeah, we're always going to want to oh, hang on, quote menu. Oh wait, sorry, no, that was right, wasn't it? If we don't have a quote, then we want to open up the quote container. That's the thing, we want to open up the quote container. Oh, Jesus. Because that's what this is doing, this is opening the quote menu. God. I want to copy that into there. So, if it's a quote, either way, we want to be copying this string to the buffer, right? To the quote menu buffer, which seems fine. This test here could be different, because this is now oh no, this does need to be there as well. If that's gross. Jesus. So I was very close before. What did I do wrong? This is 3. This is coming from a rogue buffer. The title is getting that stuffed into it. if has quote, which it will do, we want to close the quote menu. And then copy that to the title. And then after doing that, why don't I just declaim the quote menu there? Mind you, what would that matter though? Because the quote menu only gets written out once per file. If has quote, copy into buffer quote menu. Let's step into this. So, do we have quote? So we do have quote. We want to copy the menu. Right, so let's print out the quote menu. So for some reason it's contained in the threes. The quote menu is contained in the threes. And nothing else by the looks of it. Is that true? Yeah, it's just contained in that and nothing else. The quote menu. So let's just go back quote menu a bit, see where that's missing into. So there's the claim buffer. It has quote. So that should all have gone in. Right. Oops. So let's take away that and let's display the quote menu. Right, let's run it again. So the quote menu currently contains why has it got all that stuff in it? So now it does contain the quotes stuff. So if I jump forward to the next time the quote menu is written into, oh, is it just not large enough? That can't be true, can it? So it's still containing the quote stuff. Let's continue to the next time. So it's still saying rest container. So the quotes menu does seem to be intact at this point. It's exited normally. That's it. So if I... yeah, that isn't correct. That's quite a coefficient buffer. Right, let's try this again. So yeah, quote menu is not initialized. If you step over this, and it's now at this location that '16. So the quote menu is 16 kilobytes, right? Average repeats 12. So yeah, here we go. Now for some reason it's just got the 3 and those guys in, and it's that size. Let's just try and give myself some more memory. Yeah, that ain't right. So that made no difference. Keep it down to 16. +1. What buffer's claimed for quote menu? Oh right, yeah, it's the oh sorry, it's so yeah, in our situation it's going to be so the quote menu is going to be needed for this part. So the quote menu is here. If it has a quote, it does this. So oh, annotation date, is this just not big enough? Ah, maybe that's just not big enough. Ah, Right, interesting. So it still doesn't quite work.
And the value there represents. And I thought
Yeah, it's because of these too many divs now. And these too many divs. So we have got the data ID there. And this data ref here. Ah! Yeah, right, so this guy's now not doing the right thing. Again. That was the other problem. So we've solved the we solved the 3. Now we've got too many divs. So these only happen after. It's a bit disconcerting that this is so closely. It's only 2. So yeah, it must be just bogus stuff. Let's just make this guy a bit bigger still. So yeah, we've still got the divs going like that. So we've got span and then 2 divs. But it does seem... It seems like it's just overflowing from somewhere, I think. 4K, the text. Categories 256. Maybe these guys aren't big enough. So that made no difference. Let's just see if I can try and get the data IDs to line up. Here's my formatter. Ah, right, yeah, cool. Let's have a look. Probably needs to temporarily allow it. There we go, just needed to allow it. Ah, so apparently this might actually be correct. Could it be correct? Right, yeah, so these guys are not correct. Yeah, okay, so that's kind of interesting that head, body, div span, div span, div span. So that data ID does look correct to me. It is a ref. Oh, hold on a second. Why is there's an opening span. So there's an opening div, indentation, then an opening span, another opening span here, an opening and closing div, an opening and closing div, a closing span, and then opening div. Okay, yeah, there's an opening div, then an opening, closing, closing span. Yeah, so that's one. And then a closing div, and a closing span for him. Yeah, so that seems correct, doesn't it? And then we've got another one of those for this. And then we've got closing div and a closing div. So somehow this is correct, but it's just not formatted correctly. Probably just needs a new line. So then the only issue then is that this thing that's the form isn't doing a very good job. Oh right, okay. Is that correct? Because it's this span opening, indent, then we've got a span opening, div, closing span. But this guy's still open. So, right, yeah. Div. Why did this indenting twice? I think it is right though, because this should actually have indented this to there, and then this thing should have been there at the same level. Oh, mind you, if that's the case, then maybe it is all wrong. Well, yeah, in fact it probably is all wrong. Try the other formatter, yeah. He's doing the same thing, isn't he? So it's an opening span. Body div span class. Yeah, it's kind of tough to tell. Actually, hang on a second. Why don't I just do it in Vim? Oh, mind you, yeah, because I've got the new lines wrong. Let me just take a look at the new line situation. Yeah, there it is. But now it's still incorrect because we've got all this going on. This man's div. So this looks more correct. The only problem is when I come down to close the thing. I see. So yeah, right. So if we have if it's a quote contained, so I think what's happening here is that this needs to be like that. Well, maybe not. Why is that gone like that now? Hang on. Do rest container. Ah, hang on. Yeah, so, well, Oh, it needs to have two, doesn't it? Or does it? God damn it. Let's have a look at how it actually was. Right, it was like that. So we've got the div class rest container. Let's also have a look at the reference HTML. So this is very, very similar. The only difference as far as I can see, span. Yeah, the only difference as far as I can see is that these divs are on the wrong lines. But didn't I just change that though? So again, I think that should be like that and like that. So let's just see how that looks. I wasn't really expecting that to look quite so different. What am I missing there? Milton forums. Oh, it's the indices. So I'm not collapsing the indices down. You see, that thing has got that like that. There we go. I think I just didn't build it that time. So yeah, here this guy needs to be 8 further over, and then it needs to have a new line after it. Right, so it needs to be like that, like that. And same with this. Right, okay. I think that's correct. Which means that the only issue now, if I'm not mistaken, let's just double check with the reference actually. Yeah, that was pretty goddamn similar to me. So the only thing I need to sort out now is all this stuff. It's this. I'm putting an extraneous quote there. So that seems to be always between the quote one. Always surrounding the quote one. Whereas I think the reference one is okay. So right, yeah, so that does pick up the quote. It doesn't actually turn off.
And so then it places a power of 10, and the value there represents
Oh, there's another 3 down there. What's going on here? Yeah, right. And why is this being appended to this annotation? Because this thing doesn't have any, this shouldn't have any stuff associated with it. That's interesting. So I'm clearly not doing this correctly. I bet I'm not declaiming the annotation data. That's probably all I'm doing. Yeah, so I'm doing this right at the very bottom, but I should be doing this after each annotation. I should be doing this as soon as I've used it. Is that right? Oh wow. Okay, so it wasn't quite that. But why wasn't it that? I'm not using the annotation data again. So that just killed the quotes totally. Why should that matter? Annotation data size. Oh, right. Ah, that could be the problem. Because this is all ad hoc stuff. Well, hang on a second. Why is it still mostly right though? I mean, I was going to say, like, this is all ad hoc stuff, so it isn't actually, it's not clearing any buffers at all. It's not clearing any memory, it's just declaiming it. Mind you, why would that matter though? Because that is going to the right place. And it probably would actually, wouldn't it? Because we specified that these will go to the right place anyway.
So then, from here, what happens is
Hang on a minute, why
places the power of 10.
is this not even highlighting anything?
And so then, from here, what happens is you start counting up with zeros, and so actually it's counting down. Like if you were to look on the number line, right, you're getting larger negative numbers. So in a sense, you can think of it as counting up, and the negatives are really it's it's counting backwards on the number line. It's counting down. So then if you have
Right. Okay, so this is where I was.
0, then really
Oh, it's because I need to hand change it, didn't I? Yeah, right. I need to hand change the stuff. So yeah, it was the situation where this thing here. Appends that. So we're writing into the annotation data. Let's look at every point where we're writing to the annotation data. Claim it there. And again, 512 is probably... Didn't we think that this was too not necessary? So we're copying into the annotation data ref. So there seems to be no issue with the data ref part of it. Like, I'm not putting data ref too many times. In this situation, we're just putting that, and then that. So again, this seems to be correct because we're not putting too many data refs. Again, there's no quotes happening there at all. There is a quote here. So, interesting. I'm not declaiming the annotation data in this scope. What is this scope? What is this? This is for each annotation, yeah. Oh, I see, for each annotation, yeah. Oh, wait. For each annotation. Oh right, it has quotes, right, so that is just building the title. Yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, I do feel like this declaiming of the annotation data should happen in this scope. Then it all kills it. Annotation data. Well, let's have a look at the other stuff down here. Yeah, it's all completely busted. Yeah, so that can't be right. Where is this being claimed? If it has a reference, it gets claimed. So it doesn't necessarily get Ah. That's the problem. It's getting declaimed whether there was one used or not. So yeah, what that basically means is that I need to declaim it here. Didn't I try that though? Yeah. Unless maybe rather than messing about kind of conditionally claiming stuff, maybe I just start off and I just assume that they're all going to be used. You know, just get all these buffers open. Well, hang on a minute, could that work? I mean, some buffers are going to be appropriate for the full run of the program. Others would just be appropriate for each annotation. Because that's probably what's going on here. Unless, actually, if I step through this and I watch the annotation header getting built, sorry, the annotation data, maybe I'll see what's going on. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we're going to continue. Oh, right, okay. So claim that there, write it there. Pretty sure I already did this whole process though, mind you. Am I still watching it, I wonder? Yeah, I am. So apparently there's nothing in it. Right, so we've claimed it. Here we go. We've claimed it. It's got nothing in it. Pointed at the start, and it's 128k big, 128 bytes. So now it contains data ref, contains a space, data ref equals an opening quote under 1. So after going past here, you should just add the comma and the thingamajig, as it does. This thing only has these two refs. So this is correct. It should close this. And then the annotation header. So we should do that. We should copy this into the annotation header, and then we should close the annotation header. So the annotation header currently contains all of that stuff. Which looks correct to me. Close the annotation. suppose I could display the annotation header as well, maybe. Or what is the annotation header pointer? Take away the annotation header. That's 104. And what was the size of it again? So it's 512. Yes, I'm way off. What about the annotation data? That's 15. So again, we've got loads of room to spare. Let's continue until we next see the annotation data. So the annotation data still contains this stuff. What annotation index are we on? So we're on the that's interesting. Oh. Well, hang on a minute. We do set the Oh, right. Hang on a minute. So, yeah. That's where I'm going wrong. That's the problem. Right. Has reference is like a global thing. It's like has reference menu. But that has nothing to do with whether an annotation contained a reference. That's the problem. So we need to split up the has reference menu and the has reference. Gosh. And then if I could do this, we can all go home. 1.5. So yeah. So this thing's going to be has reference menu. It's equal to false. Right. And then for each annotation, so this was well formed, and then for each annotation we want to say has quote equal to false. Right. And here we want to say if has reference, if it doesn't have enough, sorry, if it doesn't have reference menu, then we want to claim the reference menu buffer. And I want to copy the string. Right. And then we want to say we actually want to do this, then we want to say has reference menu to true, right? And then we want to say if we don't has reference, we want to do that, right? So if we don't have reference menu, then we want to set up the menu. Ah, hang on a minute. If we have got the reference menu, oh, sorry, yeah. So we were splitting the thing up, weren't we? So if we have so if we've got the reference menu for a given annotation, we don't need to do this. Then we need to say if this annotation has a reference. If it doesn't, then we need to do this, right? Yeah. Else that. So we only need to do, so if, yeah, this is per annotation. Right. And then if we don't have a reference down here, so data ref, this is talking about the annotation data. Yeah, so this is local. Oh, hang on, this is has quote. Right. So this is has quote container, isn't it? Has quote menu rather. Then we need to claim a buffer for this, and then we close it. Right. Why is that indented there? Have I made a big mess of this? Quite possible I have. If has quote menu, if it's a quote, then I want to see if it has a reference. If it doesn't have a reference, we claim the buffer. I would do the data ref. Otherwise, we just copy the string in. And then we set as quotes true. If it's not a quote. Hang on. If it is a quote. If an annotation is a quote, if an annotation is a quote, hang on a minute. If an annotation is a quote, you want to say if it has a quote menu. Ah. I think this else. Hang on. Has quotes. Oh yeah, right. Has quotes. Right. That was the problem. So we don't need the has quote equals true. Oh God, is it this situation again? God. We do need the has quote because we need it for later on, don't we? If annotation is a quote, if it isn't a quote, why am I copying the string to buffer? What is happening here? Copy string to quote menu. What? Quote menu. What is all this stuff? Oh dear. What line am I on? 442. Let's just see if it has reference. So that's just another check of that. Ah. Okay, so this thing here. This one should be has reference menu because this is operating on the reference menu. Right, so that was the last reference, last check for that. And this should be has quote menu. So this is closing annotation data. That seems fine. Oh God. So should I just, well, can't build that. Has quote set but not used, right? Yeah. So has quote set but not used. Really? Wasn't it? Isn't it used a bit later on? Marker and it's undeclared. Ah, so yeah, I made a complete mess of. Gosh, that was a full screen, wasn't it? Made a complete mess of something. Oh, I just closed too many scopes or something. If here's a quote. Yeah. Maybe there's too many of these guys. Not quite sure why. Not sure at all what's going on here. Should be copying this to the quote menu. So, oh I see. So this is just adding on to the quote menu if we've got one. So yeah, if we haven't got a quote menu, then we need to start it up and say true. Once we do have one, then we can copy this into it. But why is this down here? I think this might be erroneous. Ah. Aha. So the quotes are working correctly.
Registers.
For some reason the references aren't. Data ID, span class refs. Data ID is Surge RGB. Milton Forum. Data ref. Ah! I'm using the wrong thing. That's what it is. So, yeah, right, I need to be putting in there the editor. So it's in the... Blimey. Data ref. Let's try and find this. Ref identifier. It's not that. This should be the... editor. Sure, it is editor, isn't it? Yeah. Current ref editor. That's the problem, I think. Is that true? Is that the right place? I think it is. So this is for the quotes. So that's the quote identifier. Right. Let's see about this. Oh, right. That's it. Nailed it. Well, kind of. Why? Well, not far off. Let's try and get this done. Then we can all go home. References. So yeah, data ID is Milton Forum. This is Surge RGB. This is Milton Forum. This is Milton Forum. This is data ref Surge RGB Milton Forum. And this is Milton Forum. So I kind of feel like this is correct. Data ref Milton Forum. Surge RGB Milton Forum. Oh, this will be correct, won't it? Yeah, this is correct. Right. Because this has... Yeah, this refers to both of them. And then this guy refers to just one of them. Or... Yeah, so these two things have the same editor. Yeah, so this is working. What we haven't got is the ability yet to combine these guys. Whew, blimey! So that's what we're going to be do next time. Right. So let's just menu appearing on any more than one annotations. Yeah, we've got the menu in. Yep. We've got the menu in. Yeah. So yeah, I think we're finally done, folks. Gosh. So what have we done? Just on menus. Claim buffer. Yeah. Yeah. All that stuff looks legit. I suppose tomorrow I could look through this stuff a bit more carefully and just kind of sanity check it a bit. Now to actually know what's going on. Yeah, okay. So that's all for now. It's late enough. It's time for bed. Time for supper. Actually, I need to have supper and enjoy Susie time. So yeah, I'll probably push this later. But anyway, thank you for being here. If you've managed to stay for the whole lot, that's kind of amazing. Wow, 5 hours? Okay. 5 hours to do just that stuff is kind of silly. But yeah, thanks very much for being heroic, for being fantastic and wonderful. And all manner of fabulous things. Until next time, farewell for now.